Hi. Hello. Welcome non-PC, Milkster, Purity, Spooky. I am not purple, not today. Don't worry Milkster, stay tuned. First let me pin a thing. We haven't started yet, Lady J. No, not purple guy. I thought I'd talk to you for a second before actually starting. I don't know if that was correct or not. But we can probably chat a little to let people show up. Welcome to another story time thing. Do you think story time is a good name for these? I couldn't think of another one. I can also give you a summary of what happened last time if you want. Welcome, Lady J. Cattails. That sounds like a whole children's book though. When really we have violence and all the voices in your head. Anyways, if you missed the last one, basically, last time you woke up in a hospital, met a spooky shadow woman, and fought your way through the ruined hospital full of monsters and scary things. You saved a plastic by fighting a book guy. You actually bit him. And then you had to resist the call of some strange moon force from outside. And instead, went deeper into the facility, where you found a portal. And now, you are somewhere else. That's the brief summary. Are there any questions? Guess not. Are you ready to start then? Nobody is saying anything, so I'll take that as a yes. You find yourself in front of two vending machines. You aren't really sure how you got here. What do you do? You are feeling kind of thirsty, but you're also not really sure how you got here. You remember stepping through some kind of portal. You try to put $1 into the machine for a drink, but then you realize you don't have any dollars. You have a quarter though. You check the vending machine. It's a vending machine. You think it's full of soda, but the flavors are weird. You see things like cactus soda and potato soda. You look around for monsters. Turning around, you see a lot of blood. That's not good. You see blood everywhere, but no monsters. You turn back around, and for some reason punch the vending machine. The vending machine makes a thunk noise, but nothing seems to happen. Your hand hurts a little. You consider searching through the blood for $1, but you don't really see anything green in there, just red. You punch it again, and then you soothe the vending machine. The vending machine rattles a bit. You see that the price of the sodas is actually 25 cents. You could just buy one if you really wanted to. You caress the vending machine, saying there little fella. The vending machine does not respond. You pull out your quarter and give it a look. You think about what soda you actually want, or if you just want to save the quarter. You're conflicted. It's hard to decide. You only have one quarter after all. You question, are we in the 50s? You look around the room. You're not sure. This place seems to be made from a patchwork of different time periods, but it's definitely modern. You put the quarter back in your pocket. and then look around the machine for any lost change. You don't find any, but you do find a couple bones underneath the machine. You take the bone and hit the vending machine with it. The old, dried bone shatters on contact. The vending machine still refuses to give you a free soda. You turn around and start looking through the blood and piles of meat. There is shockingly no coins in there. You are now covered in blood. As you do this, you find that the blood is not too fresh, but not too old. You think it's probably been here for maybe longer than a week or so. But you aren't exactly a blood expert. You look around for blunt objects to hit the vending machine with, but don't see much around the cafeteria other than chunks of table or dead bodies. You consider becoming a blood expert. It would be really useful at this particular moment. If only you had a blood manual at this time. You remember that you have a metal pipe, and you hold it in your hands. Are you really about to brutalize this innocent vending machine? You hold your pipe tightly, and just start whacking it like a barbarian. After bludgeoning it for about a minute, a soda clunks into the slot below. During your beating of the machine, you checked the options, and saw no blood manual, but there was a blood soda, which concerns you. You pick up your newly acquired soda, It's a banana soda. You've never heard of that before. It's in a nice yellow can with tons of bananas on it. You check for a best before date, and all you find is a really long number sequence. Best before. You check the other flavors. You see weird things like cactus, potato, banana, apple flavors. You crack open the soda and chug the whole thing. It's surprisingly pretty tasty, but still just a little weird. You feel refreshed. You consider whacking the vending machine for more drinks. You are hydrated and energized, and feeling pretty good despite standing in an unknown cafeteria that is just filled to the brim with blood. You wonder about the machine, and see if there's some way to fully open it up. It's actually quite secure. You would need a special tool or even an explosive to open this thing. It boggles the mind how a vending machine can be made so sturdy. You hit the machine again, and again, and again, and eventually receive yet another soda. This one is a hot dog soda. You don't like the sound of that? You think, oh no, I am a criminal now, and then you start petting the machine, hoping that it will forgive you. It does not forgive you, for it is an inanimate object, and cannot do that. You look around the room, worried that all the noise you produced may have attracted some unwanted attention. You actually give the room a good look, and you see two entrances to it. One goes to the kitchen, and the other is a large door that seems to be fully shut. You think you may have heard a noise behind the large locked door. But since it's locked, nothing seems to be able to get in to harm you for now. You consider barricading the locked door with the vending machine, but the vending machine is bolted to the floor. You congratulate yourself on revealing the kitchen with your loud noises, even though it was probably there the whole time. You think about what it would be like to have echolocation. That would be pretty cool. You ask the machine if it would barricade for you. It doesn't move or respond. You sit there in the pool of mostly dried blood for a little bit, then decide to go into the kitchen. You enter the kitchen, and then have the realization, oh no, I didn't taste test the blood. You find the kitchen to be surprisingly clean and free of blood. You're actually tracking some in right now, but that's probably someone else's problem. You head over to the sink, and start cleaning the blood off of yourself. You look for any food in the kitchen. There's a couple fridges. You finish washing your hands and most of the blood off of your clothes, and then open up the fridge. There's a whole bunch of fruit and vegetables in here. Things like apples, oranges, bananas, watermelons. As you near the second fridge, you hear a strange beeping noise from the freezer door near you. You try to shove some of the produce from the fridge in your pockets, but find that you are carrying way too much stuff already. You think about drinking the hot dog soda, but most of the voices in your head are horrified by that idea. You think that the freezer may contain a bomb due to the beeping, but it never speeds up or explodes. It sounds more like some kind of device. You rearrange your pockets to optimize space. You now have room for one small spherical object, like an apple or something. You look around to see if you have any way to open the freezer from a distance. You have a human rib, I guess. You check for kitchen knives, and find one. You use the human rib to open the freezer door from a slightly further distance away. It doesn't explode. Then you grab a knife off the counter before heading into the now open freezer. The freezer has a bunch of boxes in it. They seem to all be frozen. In the middle of the floor seems to be some kind of humanoid. It's a little shinier than normal though. You check your first aid kit for adhesive. It's got some glue in there. You don't see any cloth lying around. You offer the thing on the floor soda. It makes a lot of beeping noises, and then gets to its feet. It's some kind of robot. It makes a lot of robotic sounds, and eventually seems to fully reboot itself. Upon seeing this thing, you pet it, you call it your friend, you propose to it, you pet it again. You then pet it a dozen more times. The robot just stands there and stares at you before saying, "Error, too many queries." You examine its ankles. It has them. You ask the robot if it can understand you. It says, "English language module installed successfully." You ask if it has a name. It says, "Factory Janitorial Unit 8233. You say hello to the robot. It responds, "Greetings, Drifter." You ask it what its purpose is. It responds, "Upkeep of factorial subsection 7. You ask if it can punch hard. It says, "Combat module not installed." You ask for its current directive. It says, "Distortion reactor critical. Subsection excision imminent." You say "Paw" loudly, and extend your hand. The robot looks at your hand for a few seconds, processing. It then gives you a firm handshake. You ask it to describe your physical appearance. It says, "Drifter, skin, not deceased." You ask it where to get cat ears. It says, "Storage room 128C." US kit where this place is. Factory subsection 7. US kit how long it's been here. It says, data lost. You try to program a basic unarmed combat module, but you don't know how to program robots, nor do you have any tools to do so. US kit what excision means. It responds when a subsection loses stability for a long period of time and is deemed irredeemable. It will be cut off from the factory, destroyed, and its parts will be reintegrated. US kit how it got in the freezer. Long-term processing led to overheating. Cooling was necessary. You consider hiring the robot. US kit to get you to the cat ears room. It says, error. Then US square is factory subsection 7, to which it responds a really long string of coordinates that you do not know. X 123,948,232,842,948. Y 129,389,123,918,281. US kit if you can call it Jan. It says, nickname privileges not detected in user. You check surroundings. You're in the freezer next to the kitchen talking to a robot. It's chilly. US kit if it has a manual. It says, sending manual on local network. Failed. Human brain network interface not installed. You ask it if it will join you if you help it. It responds, "Help request accepted." You ask for an alternative name for factory subsection's location. It says, "Factory, assembling line, machinery." You ask it if it wants fruits. It responds, "Unnecessary." You ask it if you can borrow its cat ears. Error. No cat ears detected. Drift or brain damage likely. You ask it if it can list out its manuals quickly. It then reads the entire manual in about 5 seconds, which just sounds like you look for anything else of note in the freezer. There's just frozen boxes of food here, it looks like. You ask about the blood in the cafeteria. Subsection has filled with abominations, wraiths, shades, and aberrations due to instability of distortion reactor. You ask it what caused the overheating. In an attempt to calculate a solution, I overheated myself. I was incapable of finding a solution. You look for a beef carcass, but don't find one. You tell it to try to avoid that in the future. It says, "Suggestion accepted." You look for a better pipe on the shelves. It's just boxes of food though. You ask it to guide you to where it needs help. It says, multiple areas require immediate repair. You try to tear apart the shelves with your bare hands to get a weapon. The robot looks at you, seemingly scanning your actions. It then says, mentally instable behavior observed. Logging. You ask it if it can lead you to some repair tools. It says, request confirmed. Please follow closely behind me. It walks back to the cafeteria. While walking, you ask it if it's seen Inside Out. It says, movie, not in data files. You also explain that what you were doing wasn't insane, it was normal. It says, feedback logged. The robot approaches the locked door, and says, abomination threat detected on other side of the door. Please defeat it quickly. The door then starts to open slowly. As the door starts opening, you ask if it can open the vending machines. It inspects the vending machine and sees, theft detected, reporting on local network. You pull out your kitchen knife, and your gun, and then you hide behind a pillar. Or is it fine since there's not much movement? The door slides open, and a monster is revealed to you. It's some kind of large, doll-like thing. It makes a lot of clicking clacky noises as it shambles towards you. You ask the robot to do something. It says, "Combat module not installed." You start wailing on it. You're panicking. You hit it with your knife, cutting into its plastic body. It then smacks you on the head, causing you to stagger backwards. You try to kick the doll in the nuts. It does nothing, so it doesn't have any. The robot notes, drifter combat expertise lacking. You pull out the pipe. The robot says, "Abomination class, Babu. Weaknesses, head, legs." You then try to smack it in the head. It's actually a bit taller than you, and as you swing for it, it pushes you over, and smacks you in the face. You think about throwing your pipe and running away, but that would involve abandoning the robot. You think about bonding with the monster. You stare deeply into its vacant, plastic eyes. You don't think it's going to be your friend. You then throw your hot dog soda at its face, and while it's slightly dazed by this, you sweep its legs with your metal pipe. One of its legs pops off, and it falls onto its back on the floor. It wriggles around as it tries to get to its feet. You hear it making strange, screaming noises. You then smash its head, avoiding its flailing limbs. It caves in with a crunch. It stops moving, and you retrieve your now dented can of hot dog soda. You turn around and smile at the robot and ask it if you did a good job. It says, "Performance. Passable. Rating. C." The abomination is now dead on the floor. The path ahead is clear. Your face and head hurts from the beating you received. You look at the thing on the floor, thinking, "I did not like this thing. I hate this thing." You kick it, to make sure it's dead. It seems pretty dead. You ask the robot if it has a healing module. It says, "First aid module, installed. No supplies." One of the voices in your head is just being a contrarian. You give it the first aid kit. It says, "Supplies received. Please stand still." It then bandages up your entire face. You cannot see. You try to pet the robot, but you can't see anything. You start petting something, but you're not sure what. You thank the robot. You ask the robot to lead the way. It starts moving, and you follow the sounds, bumping into a few things on the way. You ask the robot to carry you. It says, "Too heavy for weight capacity." You think about taking off the bandage. You move the bandage a little bit, so you can see. You ask the robot if its bandaging job was effective. It says, wounds no longer visible. You ask the robot if you can hold its hand. It says, unnecessary action. You look around. There seem to be a lot of paths here. You look at what the robot is wearing. In your eyes you see a robot cat girl. It's got a tail, cute ears, and it's very cute. It is wearing a bluish hoodie. You look around for equipment that will complete your Joshua Graham cosplay. You don't see any 1911s to reload, sadly. You try to touch the tail. The robot says, inappropriate behavior logged, antenna disturbed. Access to local network, hindered. You try to touch the ears. The robot says, logging additional unauthorized procedure. You ask the robot if it remembers its creator, factory. You tell it that you're doing important research. It says, a simple query could answer all of your questions. You ask it for forgiveness. It says, error, forgiveness not found. You ask it WHT the best course of action is. It says, multiple areas require repairs, and can all be accessed by this crossroads. Coolant pumps require maintenance. It gestures to an open vent with the ladder next to it. It then gestures to a hallway down the left. Blood haze generators require refueling and removal of dangerous creatures. Then it points right. Useful tools may be found on the right path. You ask it if it has a SMUG or SAS module. It responds, affirmative. You ask it what kind of creature. It says, unknown. You ask it if it has a mac and cheese module. It ignores you. You tell it to act smug. It does. You decide to take the right path in search of tools. You find yourself at another crossroads. You ask her what other levels of monsters are the other than Babas. It responds, weak. Smaller abominations detected all through the facility. Several large abominations detected in key areas. From here it looks like there's two ways you can go, forward or to the right. You ask it to give you more info. It says, cannot give more information until creature is observed. Error. Keyword love. Unknown. It responds to your request for directions. Right. Processing. Forward. Unknown. You ask it about the sleepy demon. It says, Shade Glass, Stranger. You are conflicted within yourself, on whether to go forward or to the right. You ask it about the tools. It says, useful items will be found on either path. You look for tools in the room. You see a dismembered arm on the floor. It's holding a hammer that has broken in half. You toss out your rock, and grab the head of the hammer and add it to your inventory. You look for more tools. You don't see any. You accidentally toss the rock in the robot's direction. It bounces off of it. It says, minimal external damage received. Please exercise caution. You head to the right path. As you go down the right path, you start to hear the sounds of machinery increase in volume. You see some kind of conveyor belt through a window, but there's also something in the room. You beg for forgiveness. It says, forgiveness granted. There's a real weird looking dude in there. It's like a mound of meat with legs. No eyes that you can see. You ask the robot about it. Abomination class. Deformed. Weakness. Fire. Dangerous in large numbers. Slow until agitated. It does not seem to have noticed you. It's on the other side of the glass, wandering around. You ask if the monster has any senses. Decent hearing abilities. Weak sight. Has the ability to sense when other abomination of the same type are injured or alerted. You check the glass. Looks quite sturdy. Bulletproof even. You ask it if there's anything you need in there. Other route destroyed due to collapsing of ceiling. Only remaining access to the lower area is through maintenance hatch in the back. It points into the room. In the corner you think you see a ladder that leads down. You think about how beautiful it is that this guy gets to be connected with his friends always. That's so nice. You ask it if has a stealth module installed. It says, stealth module, not found. You consider the idea of torturing them. That would be like torturing a dozen people at once. Wow. You ask the robot if it can stealth anyways. Without the module, it says, I will engage in stealth to the best of my abilities. You try to use sign language on the robot. It says, error, American Sign Language module not installed. You slowly and quietly open the door to the room. The creature doesn't notice. You think about causing a distraction by throwing something. Based on what you've heard, this will probably work. You think. You throw some teeth across the room. They clatter to the ground. They don't make much noise, but the creature starts limping over to investigate. You see that there's about 3 of those guys in there, and they all gather in about the same spot now. They bump into one another, and get knocked around a little. They jiggle. They're kind of gross. You are now in the room. You stare at the robot. It doesn't respond because it's busy being stealthy. That is, it's crouching on the floor like a video game character. You make your way to the ladder, and then you start thinking about feet. Because of course you do. You look at the robot. It seems to be wearing some boots of some kind. You look for cardboard boxes. You don't see any, but you do see some wooden ones. You make it to the ladder. The robot is right next to you. The hatch is already open, and there's some blood on the ladder. You check if the robot is wearing gloves. It's not. You start climbing down the ladder as quietly as you can. Your hands get a little bloody as you do so. The machinery gets louder here. Below you, you see some kind of rolling thing. It looks like it's crushing boxes and other objects that fall into it. However, there seems to be something else going on there. Part of it is jammed, and there's something wriggling around within it. You are still pretty far away, but you think there's some kind of huge monster trapped in there. You ask the robot what that is. It responds, "Abomination, Bleacher." You ask it what a leecher does. Infests corpses with itself. Grows larger when provided with enough biomass. Large, sturdy, and strong. Recommend avoiding this enemy. You ask it if it's Chimebel. Records of previous attempting abomination taming experiments suggest very unlikely, especially without specialized equipment. You think it would be really cool to slide down this ramp and kick the monster really hard, but you don't seriously consider it. You pull out your gun, and ask for weaknesses. Fire, explosives, cutting weapons preferred over blunt weapons. You think about kissing the monster, kissing it as hard as possible. You think that might be a bad idea. You rotate your robot companion in your mind. You have the imaginative capabilities to do this. You ask if the other abominations would fight this one if they encountered one another. Possible, but not a reliable course of action. You think about ignoring the monster, and it does seem like there is a path on the side of it. You would need to climb down the ladder first though. You start climbing down the ladder. You are now next to where the monster is stuck. It's roaring and screaming at your. Its blood is all over the place. It's clearly stuck in the machinery. It can't seem to move its legs, but it's flailing its arms towards you, just out of reach. You pet the machinery next to you, and say, "Good job." The machinery does not respond. The robot remarks, "Logging drifter behavior." You think the monster wants a hug, but you think that might also kill you. You taunt the monster, and laugh at it. You ask the robot how to get the machine to finish off the monster. Machinery jammed. Damaging its torso may release jam. You check for an obvious head or core. It seems like it's a corpse that's been puppeted around by the strange fleshy vines covering its body. It's kind of hard to tell where they are originating from. You ask the robot if it wants to be pet. It says, no. You check for shoelaces. You have shoes on, and they are laced. You look for scrap lying around. There's a bunch of random metal, wood, and plastic lying on the floor around this crusher. But to get to most of it you would need to somehow get past the monster's big arms. You take off your laces, and tie the pipe to the knife. It's not really long enough. The monster's arms are still long than what you have here. You consider throwing things at the monster's torso. You think about leaving. You could climb back up the ladder. You ask the robot to push the robot with its hands. It says, action will result in destruction of this unit. You check the first aid kit. It has alcohol in it. You think about the control room for this machine. You think you actually saw it on the way down. It's on the floor above. You ask the robot if it has a lighter. Light module not installed. You look for a fire extinguisher. You don't see one in here. One of the voices wants to throw stuff, another wants to just leave. You are all conflicted with yourself. The robot stares at you, waiting for you to come to some kind of decision. You eventually decide to climb back up the ladder, and you ask the robot for its opinion as you do so. The robot responds. Activating the disposal conveyor will likely drop objects onto the creature, which may distract or dislodge it. You climb back up the ladder and you are now at the control panel. The weird round guys are still bumbling around in the room. You ask the robot if it wants a gold star. It shows you a gold star, implying that it has one already. Then you tell it to use the panel, which it does. It presses a button, which diverts the conveyor to go down that ramp you saw earlier. Boxes and other random junk start flowing down it. This, however, makes some noise, and the round guys are shambling in the direction of the panel. You move away from the panel by scuttling away, like some kind of creature. You then hide outside of the room. You eye the ladder, thinking that you could go there, when you suddenly hear a large inhuman scream from below. The round guys suddenly break into a sprint. Two of them flop down the ladder, and another one goes straight down the ramp. You soon after hear an awful crunching sound. The other two monsters are out of sight, but you hear screaming and other horrible noises from below. Crunching, you think to yourself. You ask the robot if they are dead. It responds. Considering the sounds they are making, they are likely still alive and engaged in some kind of battle. You walk in, and peek down the ladder. You see the leecher is slowly being crushed by the crusher, but its arms around grasping the two sphere guys. It seems to be doing something to them and they are wriggling around. You take out your pistol. You hurry down the ladder to the jello guys. The leecher has one in each hand right now. Fleshy vines are extending from it and into them. You consider doing a flying jump kick, but you are conflicted. You think about running away before they can notice you. You do think you could make your way past them without getting hit at this time. You consider sparking with 2 coins, but you only have 1 coin. You have so many ideas and plans going through your head. You aren't sure what to do. You are basically frozen in indecision, watching the vines spread to the meaty boys. One part of you really wants to run. You try to come to some kind of decision with yourself on what to do. Through the act of internal democracy. As most of the voices in your head seem determined to go past, you do so. You sneak underneath the horrible sight, and the robot follows you. You hurry out of the room with that awful thing. You enter into a large room filled with trash and a big hole. You try to lock the door behind you, but there's no lock on it. There's a ton of trash here. So much trash. The robot says, useful object last reported in this room. You turn on your flashlight. You try to spit in the hole, it's too far away. The robot notes. Drifter behavior logged. You want to hug the robot, but you're too busy to. You put your horrible mannequin here on lookout duty, and then you make your way to the trash pile. You ask it where the hole leads. Fire, it responds. You ask if monsters disturb the robot's emotions. Abominations are most displeasing to see. Increase likelihood of subsector excision. Reduce efficiency of factory. You ask the robot what you're looking for. It responds. Pinging. You hear a beeping noise coming from underneath the garbage in one spot. You approach the spot where the ping happened, and start carefully digging. You throw aside tons of random garbage, all sorts of random junk, like old telephones, computers, dead body parts, mannequins. You then find a weird looking object. The ping seems to be coming from it. You say out loud, comfy factory noises are nice, Naya. The robot logs your strange behavior. You pet the metal orb. It doesn't react. You ask the robot what it is. Autonomous material transpiration device. Commonly called roller by those outside of the factory. You hand it to the robot. The robot opens up the compartment on the roller, and shows you that it contains a couple scary looking red vials of something. Materials required for blood haze generator refueling. You think about drinking the vials like their Kool-Aid or something. You ask what it is. Blood haze concentrate. You ask it what blood haze is and it says, error, definition too long for the current circumstance. The current circumstance being, creatures are emerging from the pile of garbage. There's a whole lot of them. It seems like you can go back the way you came. You climbed down a ladder to get here. There's also a door up behind all of these monsters. You would have to climb the trash pile. You decide to run away, rather than through, so you quickly climb back up the ladder. You are now overlooking this pile of garbage with a bunch of guys on it. They stare at you from below. The door behind you, where the other monsters were, is still closed, but the horrific screaming has died down. The monsters on the trash aren't moving, just staring at you. You think about running around the hole and avoiding them. You think you could try it. But there's a lot of machinery that's broken down over there. Your thoughts wander to pineapple pizza. That would hit the spot right now, you think. You can clearly picture it in your mind. You ask the robot to analyze the monsters. Abomination. Waste. Weak to everything. You think about pissing. Wow, why would you do that? That's gross. You think about cup noodles. It turns out you're kind of hungry apparently. You ask if they will go down with the hit FRM the pipe. It responds blunt force will be effective. However, numbers are a risk. You head over to the wall of broken machinery. There's overturned forklifts over here, a shelf that has completely toppled over, and a wall of heavy looking boxes. You talk to the wastes and tell them it's garbage collection day. They snarl at you. You ask the robot if it has any emergency rations. It pulls a hot dog soda out of your pocket and hands it to you. You think about distracting the monsters with your horrible mannequin. You question the level of familiarity you have with the robot. The robot just stands there staring, waiting for you to make a decision. You look in the machinery pile. There's a bunch of faux scrap metal. You think you see a spine lying around. This forklift probably has gas in it, but you'd need to siphon it out somehow. You see plenty of throwable things, like metal chunks and stuff. You motivate yourself with the idea of marrying a robot. You consider pushing some of this junk into the hole. It looks pretty heavy, but you could probably push some things if you work together with the robot. You ask the robot about the orb. It says, normally it is capable of self-defense. However, it is empowered and significantly damaged. You start throwing junk at the wastes. One of them gets hit in the head, and seems to take damage. It, and the other wastes, crawl back underneath the garbage to avoid your ranged attacks. You think about pushing the robot into the hole, but you don't listen to the voices and you stop. You consider eating a hot dog, but all you have is hot dog flavored soda. You quickly climb down the ladder now that they are distracted. They emerge from the garbage as you reach the bottom. They look at you. You toss the mannequin at them. One of them punches it a bunch and is distracted. The other 5 are shambling towards you. You imagine what it would be like if a cat girl gave you a banana at this moment. That would be really nice. They are approaching you slowly with malicious intent. You throw garbage at them as they approach you. It hurts them a little, but it's not really killing them fast. You think about climbing. You think about pushing them in the hole. You think about going back up the ladder. Oh, so conflicted. The spine is at the top of the ladder. You insult the wastes. You call them useless and tell them to go home. They keep approaching you. You decide that now is the time to fight, and you pull out your pipe and take a stance. The wastes approach you. You yell at them to get out of this factory, Naya, and then charge it. You smack it in the skull with the pipe, and its head caves in. It dies instantly. However, the two right behind it attack you, slicing into your torso and left arm. You try to get to the one attacking the mannequin, but you are being clawed at and grabbed. The narrator has no idea what Hawktwa is. You run away, and throw the hammerhead at one of their heads. It's dazed, but not dead. The other approaches you. You then thwack it in the head. It claws you a bit before its head is shattered like the other. Three wastes are now in front of you, one closer than the other two. You start stabbing them in their private places. This does very little damage to them and was overall a bad move. You then get clawed. A lot. You are bleeding quite profusely now. You pull out both your melee weapons, your knife and the pipe, and you just start poking, hitting, and slicing. This results in another waste dying and another one being knocked to the floor. You consider shooting, but you would have to drop one of your other weapons to pull out your gun. You do so. You pull out your gun, aim at its chest, and fire. It drops the ground, dead. You drop your knife. You kick the other one on the floor. You stomp on its chest and your foot goes right through it. It's awful and gross. You shout some battle cry while also in incredibly pain. The only waste left is attacking your mannequin, which it has practically destroyed. You pull yourself over to the other creature, blood leaking from your body everywhere. You look at the mannequin base, it's still intact. You consider using your medkit, but that will surely take some time. You pick up the base of the mannequin and swing it at the monster's legs. This drives it up. Trips. You then shove the mannequin into the waste, before breaking its fragile arms. Then you pull its broken body to the pit. It screams at you angrily. You say a one-liner, but you aren't very good at one-liners. Taking of the burnable trash, as you drop him into the fire. He screams as he falls to his death. You ask the robot to treat your wounds, which it starts doing. Your entire medkit is used up, but your bleeding is stopped and you are now covered in bandages. It hurts a lot. You are very wounded. You tell the robot about how much you will increase productivity. That will be a welcome sight. I do not wish to be excised. Your mannequin friend is practically entirely destroyed except for its base. You consider manipulating the robot psychologically by getting injured a bunch. You don't think that works on robots. You drink the hot dog soda. It tastes like hot dog water. You want to throw up. It's just terrible. Absolutely awful. But you drink it. You climb your way up the pile of trash and into the door ahead. You try to kiss the mannequin face, but its face is gone. Alas, you cannot kiss it. You stop yourself from throwing up the hot dog soda. You ask the robot to review your combat score, D. An encouraging results. It doesn't comment on any tips. You ask the robot the most expedient course of action. Through that door should be a way to access the ventilation system, which can be used to return back to where we came, or to reach the coolant pumps. You threaten the robot underneath your breath. Threat noted. You manage to climb the mountain of trash, and find yourself in a hallway. Steam is leaking out of a pipe. You say the threat was just a prank. The robot responds, "I will kill you. This is a robot joke. I am just kidding," it says flatly. The robot then just stares at you and waits for you to do something. You ask it if there's a medkit in there. The steam is not concealing any medical supplies. It is steam. You pat the robot's head, and say sorry. You check if the steam is normal. It looks really hot. You think it might burn you. You ask the robot what you need to do to fix the coolant system. This is not the coolant system. It responds. You ask if it can turn it off from here. Control of this pipe system is on the other side of the steam. You ask if the robot can turn it off for you. Affirmative, it says. It then starts to walk towards the steam. It walks through the steam, and then you hear some valves turning on the other side. The steam turns off. The robot then says, "Warning, overheating, entering cooling mode, limited dialogue enabled at this time." You high-five the robot, it burns your hand. You head forward, and you see a ladder that goes to the entrance of a rather large vent, and a door ahead of you. You take a quiet listen at the door, and hear nothing. You open it up. You enter the room, and see a ladder that goes really far up. It's really long. You check for blood. There's none. You ask the robot to lead the way. It says, "Error, overheating." It looks like there's two paths available to you. You could climb into the vents, or go up this ladder. You ask Numbers if it wants anything. Nobody named Numbers is near you. You take out a bottle of water and pour it on the robot. It evaporates into steam. The robot seems slightly cooler now. You start climbing the ladder while singing. What a thrill! Snake Eater. The narrator does not know the lyrics. You, after several minutes of climbing and pretending to be Naked Snake from the hit game Metal Gear Solid 3, Snake Eater, arrive at the top. Turns out, there really isn't much here. You look around. Way up, inaccessible appears to be a big room. Down below, a very big abyss. You ask if the robot can climb and fix the coolant. This is not the coolant. You turn around to speak to the robot, and find yourself face to face with something. There is a mannequin in front of you suddenly, and you don't see the robot anywhere. You are very confused. You want to hug it. You want to punch it. You wonder where the robot is. You have a really bad feeling. Feels like something is terribly wrong. The mannequin is making you very uncomfortable. It's also very close to you. You step away from the mannequin. You think about naming the mannequin. You then consider throwing it into the abyss. You try to pick it up, but find that it's actually quite heavy. You say, "Back off," the mannequin doesn't move. You ponder about why it might be heavy. Perhaps it's full of treasure, like some kind of pinata. You miss the robot. You think it's possible that the mannequin could be the robot. You likely punch the mannequin. It doesn't budge. Lightly. You think about giving it a hug again. You do. It hurts. It's very hot. Burning even. You think you burned the skin on your arms a little bit. You ask the mannequin to move 2 steps back. It doesn't budge. You go back to the ladder, and you look down. It's different now, however. It just looks like the ladder leads into a pitch black abyss. The voices in your head are all jumbled and confused. You consider climbing down the ladder. You're filled with fear. To climb into that dark, endless abyss, could you really do that? What if you slip? What if the ladder ends? What if you never see the light again? All these thoughts go through your head as you start climbing down. Your head hurts. You keep climbing. Eventually, you feel your head clear. Things return to normal. The darkness is gone. You ask the robot what that was. The robot, which is right behind you, responds. You were staring at a wall for approximately 20 minutes. At one point, you hugged this unit, and even punched me. It was an unpleasant experience. I have logged and reported it. However, as enough time has passed now, I am no longer overheating. You ask the robot if it liked the hug. It says, "Hug enjoyment module not installed." You tell it that a monster was making you hallucinate, and that you saw it as a mannequin. It says, "Drifter losing control of mind logged." You ask it what modules it has. First aid module, repair module, cleaning module, physiological analysis module, smug module, SAS module. You assure the robot that you are serious. It responds, "There are many shade types that can induce hallucinations." You ask it who installed the modules. It says, "Janitorial units are allowed some freedom of which modules to install, provided they assist with our duties." You suddenly realize that you have a black vial of some scary looking goop in your pocket. You don't know where that came from. You say that you ate a shade in the past. The robot says, "Fiction detected." You ask what the range and effects of a shade's hallucinations would be. It would depend on the type of shade and how strong it is. You show the goop to the robot. Blight. Material. Deadly to abominations. Nutritious to shades. Rejects Ikara violently. Use carefully. Do not eat unless in extremely critical condition. You ask it for a psychological scan if you go back up. It says that ladder does not lead to the coolant or to the blood haze generators. You ask it about Ikara. It says wraiths. You ask it if you can have some. It says no Ikara in the immediate vicinity. You ask it where the ladder leads. Pipe observational balcony. Ingesting blight leads to huskification. You ask about the wraith's hallucinatory range. It says unknown. You ask how to get to the coolant. It points to a ladder leading to a vent on the wall outside of this room. You said more like hunkification. And then you flex. The robot stares at you, scans you, and says, muscle mass, average, hunk not detected. You arrive at the vent. You think the vent is a bit suspicious. You ask the robot how it prefers its humans to be. It says, drifters increase likelihood of subsection excise by 82%. You throw a can into the vent. Nothing happens. You attach the mannequin base to the pipe. It's kind of long, but very hard to actually wield. You climb into the vent and make a swooping sound with your mouth. Swoop. You are now in the vent. Nya, says the robot, for no reason. It then says, error, unauthorized module detected in this unit. Nya, it says again. You ask the robot to compliment you. Of the drifters who have attempted to fix this subsection, you have taken the least lethal injuries in the same time period. This is useful in the pursuit of repairing the subsection. You ask it for a cat fact. It seems to think for a moment. You hear a whirring noise come from inside of it. Checking local network. A house cat's genome is 95.6% tiger, and they share many behaviors with their jungle ancestors. Cats' claws all curve downward, which means that they can't climb down trees head first. Instead, they have to back down the trunk. Cats have 230 bones, while humans only have 206. You ask the robot if the factory produces cats. It says, the factory is capable of producing anything given enough time and resources. You ask it about the module that randomly causes cat noises to emit from the body. You ask it if you can produce more of the robot. It responds, Advanced Robotics Lab. Status, destroyed. Nya, nya, the robot says. You then start climbing down the vent some more. You would love to tape your knife to your metal pipe. Too bad you don't have any tape. As you climb through the vents, the sounds of machinery return. You come to a crossroads. The robot says, left, will take you towards where we came from, and in that direction will be the blood haze generator. Right, will lead to the coolant pumps. You ask it if you need anything to fix the coolant pipes. It says, scans reveal it to be repairable on site. You head down to the right, and crawl for some time. You then start to hear something. It sounds like something else is in the vent, and it's approaching. Something with a strange texture is crawling towards you rapidly. It lights up the surrounding area. You're so scared. You can't think straight. You want to shoot. You want to knife. You want to poke. All at the same time. Its skin is moving by itself. You see strange things in it, visions of other places. You even see a raccoon in it. The raccoon is eating. It's very cute. You try to see if it's armored, but you really don't know what's going on with its skin. It looks solid, but not exactly armor. You pull out your gun, and you shoot it. A chunk of its body comes off. You ask the robot what this thing is. It says, "Error. Cannot see creature because you are in the way." You shove the creature back with the stand, which it grabs and pulls out of your hands. "Nya," says the robot, as you are hit in the shoulder with a blunt object. It hurts, really badly. It sends pain shuddering through the rest of your body. It reminds you of the pain you felt when you were fighting the wastes in the garbage pit. Actually, it feels exactly the same, just as you remember it. You then start stabbing it and you shoot your last bullet at the same time. Your knife can barely cut into it, but the gun to its chest seems to shatter it into several inanimate chunks. There are now several chunks of the now seemingly deceased creature scattered about the vents. You check your shoulder. You have a very large bruise there. It feels like someone just hit you with a sledgehammer. The chunks aren't moving, but they have the same texture as that creature. The raccoon is still there, being cute. You ask the robot what it was. It says, "Error. Still cannot see." You separate the pipe and stand, and you touch the chunks. As you touch a chunk, you start crying for some reason. You feel like something really sad happened. Then you grab the raccoon, and you're like, Oh my god. Deep pats. So nice. You are so happy. You grab a couple of the objects and shove them into your pockets. You especially grab the happy raccoon one. Nya, says the robot. You show the object to the robot. It says, memory. You then start rotating the robot in your mind, effectively hallucinating. It then says, Nya. You ask it what a memory is. It responds, useful resource, used for the manufacturing of various things. Memory monsters can be defeated with sufficient blunt force, depending on the creature. Cutting tools are not recommended. Nya, it adds at the end. You says, I want to craft a raccoon. The robot responds, uploading blueprint now. Error. Drifter not connected to the local network. You tell the robot they are controlling her Nias. It says, this is not a permitted action. You continue crawling down the vent while talking to the robot. You ask if it's connected to the local network. It says, yes. You eventually arrive at a spot in the vent that goes down. You ask how to connect to the network. Surgical procedure required. Insufficient tools. You are conflicted between kicking the vent, or using the stand to push it open. The robot waits for you to make a decision. You ask the robot if there's a complete catgirlification procedure blueprint. It says, unknown object, catgirl. No such blueprint in this subsection of the factory. You cannot fit two people in the vent that way. You ask the catgirl for a blueprint of installable cat ears. It says, blueprint, located, transferring on local network, error, drifter not connected to local network. The vent looks pretty weak. You think you could pretty easily open it. You definitely do not need two people to open this. You push open the vent, and it immediately drops, and you do too. You are now falling. Falling very far. In fact, this is terrifying. You do a cool pose, as you fall at a horrifying speed. You think this is just like that Ed Sheeran song as you fall. As your confused thoughts think of very many random things, you fall into some kind of goop, which seems to have completely broken your fall. Nya, you hear from way up in the vents. You are lying on your back in a bunch of very cold goop. You try eating the goop. It tastes absolutely terrible. You hear the robot crawling down the vents. Instead of falling, it's very carefully lowering itself down. It lands next to you, in the goop. It says, "Please do not ingest the coolant. It is necessary." You strike a pose while covered in goop. You look very silly. You try to get out of the goop, but you don't really see any way out. You can possibly climb this chain that's next to you. You ask the robot if it comes here often. It says, "Maintaining the distortion reactor's coolant pumps is necessary every week." You then ask it if it hurt when it fell from heaven. It says, "Pain module, not installed." You ask it if there's a way to transfer blueprints to physical storage devices. It says, "Yes." You then start climbing out of this very cold place. You look around. There's a lot of cooling tanks. The one you were in was mostly empty. You ask about how to transfer things between the network and physical devices. You need a physical device. You ask the robot what you need to do, and it says, "Turn that valve," and points to a valve while it walks off to somewhere else. Also, be careful. The last drifter in this location ceased reporting shortly after. You look at the valve. There are hands on it. Like hands that have been removed from the human, holding onto it. You ask the robot why it's running away. It says, "This is a two-step process. I must activate the machinery after you turn the valve. Please hurry before it gets you." You start turning the valve quickly. You hear some kind of groaning. You are panicking and you wish the robot explained things while you turn the valve. All of a sudden, something appears around the corner of your vision. It's a lanky, very thin creature, with extremely long claws, and a gaping mouth for a face. It's look at you. It's looking right at you as you turn the valve. You consider smacking the monster, but you are turning a valve, so you are not really holding anything other than a valve. You turn the valve quicker, until it reaches the end, and you hear a loud noise as something is released from the pipe. The monster seems to be sizing you up somehow. It's about to pounce at you. You can tell. You throw a hand at the monster, which it eats with its face. This seems to distract it momentarily. You then charge the monster. You kick it in the chest, which causes it to stumble backwards. It slashes at your leg, causing it to bleed. You use the flashlight on it. It doesn't seem very effective. Then you pull out your knife and cut it. It's bleeding, but by no means is it dead. The monster seems to have been enraged, and now it's coming at you in a flail of random claw swings and slashes. You scream at it. It doesn't care and it just cuts you up some more. You consider running, but this creature is insanely fast. You pull the blight out of your pocket. You think about throwing it. Seems you only have a brief window to decide what to do before it starts tearing you apart again. You consider your gun, but it's out of ammo. You decide not to throw the blight, under the assumption that it will make the monster stronger. You hit it in the head with the pipe. It's staggered, but not dead. It screeches at you. You then hit in the chest, and it's not effective at all. You think about hitting it in the nuts, which has never been effective even a single time that you've tried it. Not even once. But for some reason, you still thought about it. You have a problem. You try to impale it on the end of the mannequin stand, but it's not sharp at all. You get clawed. You then slash at it with your knife. You successfully cut off its left arm. Blood sprays everywhere. It seems particularly weak to cutting. It's very angry about this, and its face is drawing close to you. It's trying to bite you. You should probably do something about that. You consider backing away. You're blushing, because you think it's trying to kiss you. You think you could try cutting its head off. You wildly slash at the creature's neck, It bites your hand in the process, but you manage to cut its head right off. It hurts so bad. Its dismembered head is dead, but it's still locked onto your hand. It's stuck on there, and it's very unpleasant. You ask for first aid, but the robot is down the hall at this time. You stab at the head, and eventually, cut it off of yourself. Your hand is a bit mangled. It's very painful. You make your way, bleeding and injured, over to the robot. The robot is messing with some kind of phone, which seems to now be working. You ask it for first aid. It says, no first aid materials at this time. You ask it to use your face bandages, which it does. It then puts the bandages on your hands and arms, and it stops your bleeding. You insult the robot's information-giving abilities. It says, mission was accomplished with results above expectations. You ask the robot for loot. It says, abomination class, demon. Claws can be removed and used as makeshift weapons. You ask it why it didn't tell you about the thing. It says, the coolant pump needed to be activated in order to slow the meltdown of the reactor. Time constraints necessitated we move without wasting any time. You ask it if there's a medkit nearby. It says, no. You look around the room, and you see a corpse on the floor, one without hands. You mention the vent crawling and it says, I could not identify the creature without seeing it. You go back to the corpse of the monster, and you cut off its 2 claws and store them. You ask if you are getting excised. It says, excision has been delayed due to the possibility of recovery. If we repair the blood haze generator soon enough, this subsection will be able to return to properly operation. The claws are insanely sharp, even sharper than your kitchen knife. You could use them to sharpen the stand. Nya, the robot says. You ask what excision means. If a subsection of the factory is deemed irredeemable, destroyed, or otherwise unusable, it will be excised from the factory, and destroyed to its base components. It will then be reabsorbed. You ask it if it knows where to find the armory, and it says, storage room, accessible. You ask when excision is scheduled to happen. 2 hours. You tell it to lead the way, which it does. You are now in a very dark tunnel. You pull out the raccoon memory, and it does produce just a little light. You then pull out your flashlight, and turn it on, producing much more light. You ask the robot if it needs to cancel excision to restore the generator. It says, the restoration of the generator should stop the excision mandate. You say you're scared, and ask the robot to hold you. It grabs you by the head, and says, "Is this helping?" What do you see? You are in a dark tunnel of some kind. There's some metal boxes around and you think you see some kind of heavy machinery up ahead. You ask it how far to the storage room in Blood Haze. It says, several more rooms. You ask if it can open the metal boxes. It says, blight containment boxes. It would be contrary to our mission to open them at this time. You ask it about monsters. It says, this IA's power is offline due to the blood haze generator being off. Scanning impossible. You keep walking while sharpening the mannequin stand into a spear. You ask what would happen if you threw the blight at a monster. Abominations would take damage. Wraiths would take damage. But you would too. Shades would heal. Memories may vary. You make your way into the tunnel, and you find yourself face to face with the heavy machinery. Man, you could really go for some cheese right about now, you think to yourself. You ask if wraiths are edible. The robot responds, huskification. You find a bulldozer. Blight. The robot says, the storage area is beyond this door, but it cannot be opened due to the power outage. You climb into the dozer, and you try to turn it on. It's out of fuel. At least the keys are here. You ask a question, but receive no response. You start seeing bananas everywhere. Bananas everywhere. Your head hurts. Hurts really bad. Bananas. 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 Suddenly, you find yourself face to face with another mannequin. Everything is dark. It's the only thing you can see. You try to give it a banana, but you don't have any. You ask where the robot is. You get no response. You ask for help. Nothing happens. You feel like something is expected of you somehow, like you're supposed to be doing something. You neah for some reason. Neah. Yo, you say. You pull out the blight. The pressure on your skull lessens slightly. You feel a little better. You pull out the mannequin stand. Nothing happens. You drink a little blight. You feel numb, tired, and somehow, you feel like you did something wrong. Your head hurts so bad. You bring the blight closer to the mannequin. The pain lessens. You feel like you have less of a headache when you bring the blight to the mannequin. You hold it out to the mannequin, and then you pour some on it. This is good, you think. You feel better. You think about fire, at this moment. Nice. You eventually pour all of your blight onto the mannequin while holding tightly the happy raccoon memory. He's there with you, keeping you stable. The raccoon is protecting you. You wake up. You are back to the dozer seat. You feel something in your hands. You look down. You have a gas can. You are just holding it. You are not sure how it got here. You see the robot. It's just standing around, waiting for you to do something. You start pouring the fuel into the gas tank, and empty it all in there. The dozer is now fueled and ready to go. You ask the robot to run a psychological scan. It does so and pauses for several moments. Lights project out of its eyes, and scan your face. Status: insane. Multiple personalities contained in one mind. Recommend immediately psychological care. You point to the can. It says, "This will allow you to pilot the bulldozer." It says, "Hug module not installed." Please pilot the dozer and destroy the door. It is necessary to damage it so we can repair the higher priority areas. You get into the dozer and pedal to the metal. You slam the dozer loudly into the wall, and it eventually gives way and bends open. The door is ruined, and you find yourself in some kind of storage area. You look around the storeroom. There are several boxes, and the ceiling has caved in. You look around for various things, specifically weapons, equipment, or medical supplies. You find a new medkit. How convenient. And several 9x19 bullets for your gun. Yes, 5 is several. You ask Fakatry if there's any physical data storage objects. It opens a box and hands you a hard drive. You ask if there's any modules for the robot. It says, several modules can be found in this location. I have no desire to copy myself to a physical storage medium. The robot starts looking through crates and grabs something, which it attaches directly to the back of its head. This will be all I need to repair the generator. The robot goes quiet, as it's seemingly installing the module. This gives you some more time to look around. You check for the moon, and you don't see it. You look for a computer. You see a little office up over in the corner. You look for blunt weapons. You see a crowbar on the floor. You find some duct tape in a box, a whole box of it. Your inventory is quite full though, you can't carry any more. You swap out the pipe for the crowbar. You check for a backpack. You cannot extend the inventory, you are already carrying a backpack's worth of inventory. You toss out the empty hot dog soda can. You look for armor, and you don't find any. You tape the knife to the mannequin stand, making a very crude spear. You look for a lighter. You find one. But you would have to drop something to carry it. You engrave the spear with your knife. The scrap coin doesn't take up any space. You trade your hammerhead for a lighter. You find yourself in the office now. There is a computer here. You add the hammerhead to the spear, making something like a crude halberd. It's kind of unwieldy, but it works. You sit down at the computer, and you start gaming. You play a game called Respite, where you die. Yeah, you get in game, and you just die instantly. Game over. Skill issue, the computer says. You get mad, and stop playing the game. So you try to pull up information. It has a login screen. You don't have any alcohol to soak bandages in, but there might have been some in the storehouse. You type in 7192. The computer turns off. It doesn't turn back on. There's not much else in here. You checked the drawers before leaving the room, and you found a couple pencils before heading back to the storage room. The robot seems to have finished installing its module. You think about the use of water. You remember that hydration is pretty important. You ask if it can download blueprints to the hard drive. It takes it from you. plugs it into itself for a few moments, and then gives it back. Blueprints successfully uploaded. You drink the water. It tastes like water. Hydration. Good. Plug the hard drive into a fabricator and you will be able to create many standard objects. You check for water in the room. Seems there's none. You ask it if there are installable cat ears. It ignores you. You could put the snow in your now empty bottle. You ask it what module it added. It says, you do not have access to that information. You now have a bottle of snow. Which is slowly melting into a bottle of water. You look around, and eventually scrounge up some cloth, and some alcohol. You could make one Molotov with it, but you'd have to drop something. You try to convince the robot to give you the information. It says enter authorization code. You tell it a code. It says, code incorrect. You drop your metal scrap, and prep the Molotov. You twitch your eye at the robot. It says, eye twitch detected. Medical condition possible. We must hurry to the generator soon. You consider putting the metal into the Molotov, but don't think that would do anything at all to increase its effectiveness. You exit the storage room through a door, and find yourself elsewhere. You're here again. Except this time, on the other side. The robot continues walking, taking you down hallway after hallway, some in various states of disrepair. Eventually you arrive in a very dark room with a red, ominous glow. In this room is one generator, seemingly operational, and another one that is off. You think about eating a cookie. Man, that would be so good right now. You ask the robot if there's any monsters. It says, yes. At that moment, the catwalk you are standing on collapses and you and the robot fall to the ground below. There is a large monster here. You recognize it, but this one is a lot better. A lot bigger. It's huge. It's at least 12 feet tall. The robot hurries over to the generator, and starts doing something to it. It says, I will repair the generator. Prevent the creature from interfering. The creature is stomping its way towards you. It is slow right now, but it seems to be picking up the pace. You light the Molotov with your lighter, and toss it straight at the creature. It is now on fire and very angry. It's running at you. It's about to stomp on you. All the voices in your head are suggesting conflicting actions. You're not sure what to do. It's so big and scary and on fire. You remember the claws? They are very sharp. They might be helpful here. You pull them out, and then you get kicked in the chest and sent flying to the ground. The wind is knocked out of you. You try to use your Koken technique, but you forgot to train with King Kai to learn it. You get back up on your feet with the claws in your heads. The monster is stomping closer to you, still burning. You try to claw it in the legs, but it sees you running towards it and it just kicks you again. You claw its leg a bit as it does so, but wow, that hurt. You think your ribs are probably broken. You consider throwing the claws, but you don't think that would do too much. You consider pulling out your gun. It does seem like range would be helpful here. You do so, and then you try to shoot it in the knee. You shoot it. You miss the knee, but still hit its leg. It's a little slower. It's still charging at you though. You shoot again. This time, you hit it in the knee. It can't use that leg anymore. It's limping towards you while set ablaze. You have 3 bullets left. It can't kick you anymore, but it's almost upon you. It seems like it has something else in mind. You consider shooting yourself in the knee. It probably wouldn't help very much. All of the voices in your head tell you to get away, and you listen. A second later, the spot where you were standing is crushed by the monster. It dove on where you just were. It's on the floor now. You look at the downed creature, trying to decide what to do. You want to attack it, but you can't quite decide on how. The voices in your head decide to go for its other knee. You pull out one of the claws, and shove it straight into the back of its other knee. It wriggles around. Its legs are now useless. You shout, "Naya!" It doesn't make you do any more damage. It's doing something, however. It's about to start rolling. You try to go for the nuts. It doesn't have any. Why are you like this? The narrator wonders. burning mound of flesh is about to roll onto you, you should probably do something. You consider hitting it in the head, it doesn't have one. You stab the body with the halberd, it then rolls into you, burning you. You take a lot of damage from this, you barely wedge the halberd at the right angle to avoid being crushed by it completely. You are barely holding it back by stabbing it with the halberd, but it's so heavy. You scamper away, it rolls to where you were just standing. Its flesh is getting quite burned now. You hold the raccoon memory, which makes you happy and calms you down. You decide to focus on defense, and just avoid it for now. This seems to be working. As it continues to burn, it's slowing down. Eventually, it stops moving completely, turning into nothing more than a pile of burning flesh on the floor. You have defeated that guy. The other generator turns on, the one the robot was working on. You say a bunch of one-liners at the same time, which just turns into a mess of words. Huh, take that, Ash, not so big after all, nuts. You consider looting the creature, but you don't really see anything useful, it's just a mess of burned flesh. You strike a pose, and then you fall over because your ribs are broken and it hurts really bad. You try to loot the monster, but it's really hot. You ask the robot to help you, which it starts doing. It provides you with some first aid, and even gives you a crutch for the time being. You use the claw to write, "Chat was here," in the corpse of the monster. The pain is making you hallucinate. Oh, lovely bananas, raining from the sky. You ask the robot if you're done. It says, "The subsection is saved. There is still more to do, but you have done your part." The robot drags you out of the room into somewhere else. Now, we have to remove you from the factory so that repairs can continue. You try to manifest a banana out of sheer will. You hallucinate one, but it's no real. You ask for a hug. It says no. You ask it what it means by remove. Drifters increase subsection instability by a significant amount. You will be teleported elsewhere. You hallucinate more bananas. Nya, the robot says, and then you hallucinate it spinning. Nya, it says, while spinning. Nya, Nya, I am malfunctioning. Please help, Nya. This module is very unpleasant, Nya. You ask the robot for a reward. It says, your reward is in that drive that you were given. It ignores your nonsensical comment about nuts completely. Please go into the reactor room and use the portal in there. Please do not get hit by any beams of energy or walk into any fire, or you will die. You walk into the reactor room and wow, it's super dangerous in here. You strike a pose, as you almost get hit by a beam of energy. You see a path on your right, but you're probably going to have to hurry so you don't die in here. You hurry through the room. Luckily the beams seem to only hit certain parts of the walls, so as long as you avoid the scorched areas you don't die. You eventually reach some kind of platform, which seems to be glowing. You can only assume this is where you want to be. Do you step onto the platform? The voices in your head are in agreement. You step onto the platform, and everything goes dark. You feel like you're traveling somewhere far from here now. You strike a pose, even though nobody can see it. You did it. You didn't die. Hello. That's the end of this month's story time ting. I hope you had fun. Is this a one-time thing? I will probably add it as a redeem. You guys keep asking for more variants, so this is one of them. How do you feel about this one? Does it look good? I am not exactly a character designer or an artist, so I have no idea what looks good or not. I am not literally you. I am not a bear. I am not Windows. I am the factory. The rest of the body, I can't do anything to the legs. So I can't color the stockings or anything. I never show you that part of my body anyways. A cool redeem to control the color of my hair. That's more or less what variants are. Is this how you want it? What was up with the mannequin? Secret. Some mysteries you have to solve yourself. Where's the fun if I tell you all the answers? It not my birthday. How did you guys feel about the ambient sounds? I downloaded a ton of royalty-free sounds. And just kind of slapped them in there. Stop, no, not the birthday. I worked so hard and now you're aging me. Happy birthday in today's winter. I am glad you guys enjoyed it. I will try to keep up the trend of doing one every month if I can. You're what? Judging me sounds like desert eagling me. Like you're playing Counter-Strike and shooting me with a deagle. Am not currently making a respite dating sim. Please do not deagle me, that gun does a lot of damage. You can use a monster as a head if you like. You want these as a game to play? That's a lot of work, you know. You want this guy? I will make a game eventually, it probably won't be quite like that though. Unless I decide to write a lot, make a like, choose your own adventure sorta game. Like a visual novel, I guess. There you go. Have a nice sleep, Puddle. The limb removal is mostly just a design thing, like different body parts are vulnerable to different things. I want to try to incorporate that concept when I make an actual game. Did I model the models myself? Nope. They're from various games and stuff. This guy on the left is from a Half-Life 2 mod called Nightmare House 2. This guy on my head is an asset a friend of mine bought, and then morphed into a ball. Once I make an actual game, I'd like to get my own models and designs. But for now I'll just have to use these guys and hopefully nobody gets mad at me. What was the best way to deal with Rolly Dude? He has no eyes. So if you just set him afire and hid in a corner and made no noise, he would run around the room a lot but eventually die. If you had something that made a lot of noise, you could have thrown it into a corner. Lady J, I am just going to tell you that no monster I create will have any nuts whatsoever. Every time you try to attack them, I will give you a bad result and it will go poorly for you. He would attack the robot if you didn't distract him in any way. But if you threw objects around, you could do that. Really, it's an open-ended situation. There's no real supposed answer. It's improv, I kind of just throw this stuff together as we go. You could have used the claws on the legs if you put them on a stick or something, but it was really angry after being set on fire. No, not all the monsters are female. They're just creatures, they don't have those kinds of parts. They don't reproduce like that. Are cat ears included in the hard drive? You will have to bring it to a computer and find out. Please do not use a claw on me, that is very painful. Redeem use claw on Winder. Honestly, I wanted to use a different monster there, but I forgot to get an image of it. So I threw together a different guy. And was like, what if meat guy was really big? I think it worked out well. I have no idea what to do if you die. I'll solve that problem if you die. Just don't die and I won't have to solve it. Were there any encounters you missed? There's like 20 unused images. The room. Here's this thing. Obs is really slow because there's too many images in it. Basically, what I do is I just take a ton of screenshots on various Gary's mod maps. and cobble them together into an environment for the story and use them when I need them. I sort of make a map in my head ahead of time, but I improvise if necessary. You could have accessed the computer if you asked the robot. Yeah, you did do a whole lot. It was a long session. It's almost been like 6 hours now. There was even a huge furnace. Welcome Mysterioso in the dark. Sorry I can't spell. Actually the stream has been longer plug, I just had to restart stream because my ISP is still bad. Can I misspell your name? Sure thing, LPVU18. But yeah, I am indeed pretty tired, that was a lot of work. There was actually going to be a much longer vent sequence, including a deadly rotating fan. And this weird laser beam tunnel. I am not doing the schedule on stream, too tired. I'll do it off stream tomorrow or something, sorry. When are you voting for the quote? I don't know. Maybe I'll subvert democracy this week. Dictatorship. Thanks, Daryl. I am just glad you guys had a good time. I actually learned a lot of new things for this one. The use of ambience is neat. I need to find a good way to mix it a little better and use it. I also figured out a cool thing with Blender. So previously how I would get the monster pictures is I would spawn them in Gary's mod and put them in a green room. And then green screen them. But this time I decompiled them from the source format, put them in Blender. And Blender can just handle transparent images so there's no more green outlines. I can also control the lighting better in there, so that's pretty cool. I only did it to a few guys though, that's why there were still some outlines on some of them. Sorry pirates, I worked very hard today, so I am going to take more of your snacks. That's kind of you to say, Daryl. I appreciate any donations I receive. Did I have a good time? I do really like writing for sure. Thanks for the resub, Trental. The lore is very hard to learn all of because I have not put it anywhere ever. But someday, I will write a bunch of stuff or make a game and you can enjoy it that way. The thing about lore is mostly just that the way I like to tell it to people is like anything but directly. The way I designed Respite is largely as something to be experimented with or explored. So, I really want to make a game where you can do that. No idea when I'll be able to though. I'll do my best. But yeah, really I am just happy you guys have fun with these. My main concern with them is just that I'll do it and then everyone hates it. But, you guys always seem to enjoy them a lot, so that makes me happy. Quick pop quiz pirates, since you have 40% of the lore figured out. Name one Respite fact. I am redeeming a Respite fact. Moon is not lewd. You failed the test. Hello Chibi. Welcome, and that's a big smug. Cat fact. Fun. Did you know that Chibi is a very nice sea cat and you should check out her channel? That's right, I have outsourced your redeem into being a shout out. efficient. Anyways, none of the variants are lewd. Also Mundo's not moon people, not that way. Tail isn't lewd either, tail is violent. And before you say violence is lewd, don't say that. See, you said it. I knew you would. You're like 40% correct in that explanation, Piduts. Which is about as much as you said, I suppose. Is the new variant called the Factory? Yeah. I'll make it a redeem eventually. I was originally going to make this one green, but I couldn't figure out a way to make it look good. So I went with this blue instead. So to not so, where also. Don't X. This is a crime. Super season. Look at this guy. I bet he's like spring or something. Why am I being bullied? I didn't do a single insto thing today. The factory was clutching your head violently one time. Let me find the image. I can't find the image, but it was not a good thing. Factory emotes. We don't have like any emote slots on YouTube. We have some on Twitch, but spending money is scary. Do you have emote suggestions of any kind? That's one of the roadblocks, is that I don't know what other kinds of emotes to make really. Money. Yeah, emotes cost money to commission. YouTube doesn't ask me to pay off for emote slots though. Basically, you unlock emote slots as you get more members. But the numbers are crazy, it's like, yeah, just get 50 more members for another emote slot. Plug, the last time you gave me an emote you told me to delete it because you said it was an abomination or something. And didn't deserve to be considered a wiggly. You do not need to drop a 50 bomb, that's okay. We've got so many emote slots on Twitch that isn't necessary. YouTube is the hold up there really. What do you mean you were joking? Can I add the wiggly as an emote though? An unwilling factory with lasers and cheering. Yeah, that could be nice. Me with a gun. Tail has a gun. My favorite instrument. That's kind of hard to tell. Maybe the violin or the piano. Really, it depends on how it's used. You want a chill emote? Why? He's dead. I killed him. The main problem with emotes is that they're really small. It's hard to put complex things into them. Bill is a mascot. Tail is supposed to be the mascot. Are you stealing Tail's job and giving it to an isopod? A numbers variant color sheet for fan art. I have not made one because I don't really know what's needed for it. Basically, I don't know anything about art, so if you ever need or want something, please tell me. I mean, I know a reference sheet is like different angles of the character with colors and stuff on it. For the purpose of referencing. A waist up shot of each variant on a dark background. I could do that, I suppose. I am not going to marry you for fan art, love. I don't have a side profile, sadly. I could ask the artist to draw me one, I suppose. You might have to make do with screen grabs for now. Once I get some time, I'll go take some screenshots, I guess, with transparent backgrounds and put them somewhere. Yeah, I could take a side shot of the 3D model, I guess. No variants on that yet though. Well, other than tail. I am working on it. I have to focus a little on the anniversary party next week though. You were disappointed in Castor? He was a pretty crazy dude. Weird guy. Tail isn't stealing the spotlight. Tail got modded into one game and so did Numbers. Now what? Tail is appearing in more streams than Numbers. Numbers is Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday, Sunday. Unless someone redeems something. Tail is Friday. There is 4 times the Numbers content than Tail content. You are all telling me to go to sleep, but I am going to be honest with you. I am not going to sleep for another 6 hours. I might relax and play some video games though. I do have a strange sleep schedule. I am not going to play Dota probably. It's currently 6 am. Maybe you should be the one that sleeps. Have I tried the new Voices of the Void update? Yeah, I've been playing it on Tuesdays. I've gotten a bit into it, but still a lot of new stuff to see. Everyone else got way ahead of me. I was chased by a scary rectangle once. I am excited to see what other things there are. Factory for the coding streams. Are you trying to fire shade? But yeah, I am looking forward to play more Voices of the Void. I love that game. We'll play it again on Tuesday most likely. I must print myself in the video game. That is my goal. Those streams are pretty late, I start them at midnight. Once I finish RimWorld it will get moved to Sunday, which is an earlier time slot. A UP emote. I'll add it to the list. A sleepy emote. I'll think about it. I don't want a pants grab emote. Tail wagged. Yeah, I could probably do that. I don't have a tail wag. All I have is a tail gun. We have a spinny. Rotate. You want to see a monster getting obliterated? Oh no, I am being rotated. You make sure to eat plenty of bananas so you don't get scurvy on the flight. Yeah, he has a really big hitbox. I forgot to cut it. These guys are basically 1920 by 1080. I can fix it later. Crooked numbers, why? Like this. A violet emote. I want my emotes to be me though. My brain is losing the power to think of new things. An emote with my face and respite above it. Respite is a long word to shove into an emote. Do you guys have anything you'd like to ask or say before I go? My thinking capacity has been obliterated. Pilots, I do a lot of writing. Ohio, the entire state. The whole thing. Wow, greedy. Let's see who we can raid then. What did you remember, pilots? Do I ever sit there questioning your intelligence? Whenever you try to kick something in the nuts, yes. The raid message. I have no idea. Help me think of one. I am always outsourcing my raid messages to chat. Because I am very bad at thinking of them. Do I like having you in my streams? When you aren't arguing with me, you're fine. Eden. I like that one. Raid module is nice. You're fine to pilots. Let me hit raid buttons. We will raid Seu. Thank you all for watching, whether it was live or the VOD. I hope you all have a nice day and or night, and I will see you next time. Anniversary next week on Sunday.